Hello farmers and welcome back to Pichonniere Valley on Farming Simulator 25. Hopefully everyone's having a good Thursday. See the usual characters in chat as Bob, John, Panther, Branding. Welcome. Hope you guys are having a nice Thursday and had a nice last couple days. Currently, we are in the month of December here. And as you can see, we're kind of running along with Francesca. Sure. Francesca is in our Mercedes-Benz, and they are plowing a big field. I actually logged on maybe, excuse me, about half an hour ago. Wanted to check on a couple of things. I thought, well, we need $135,000 to buy that grass field, and it was a long ways off. I think when I logged in, I was at like $71,000. I did finish the other plowing contract, but I have not collected on that one. At the end of Monday's stream, I think it was, I was doing a plowing contract. Haven't collected on that one yet. And I thought, you know what? I'm just going to start this plowing contract here. This one's going to pay like $22,000. I knew it was going to take a while. It's been going for like the last half hour or so, and it's got like another half hour to go before it finishes it. In the meantime, while this has been going on, just been checking up on a couple of things, and also I've done a couple of deadwood contracts just to slowly bring in some extra cash because yeah, I definitely want that grass field by the time spring comes so we can go ahead and get a silage harvest into it. So yeah, we got this contract here. I'm going to go ahead and collect on this one, Farmland 95. This was the plowing contract I was doing at the end of the last stream, so $7,232. Let's collect on that one. And another deadwood contract has come up. Yeah, I'm going to take it because I got about, like I said, how long is this going to take? 37 more minutes apparently for this to complete, but we got some more jobs to do, and don't worry, I'm not going to be doing a whole bunch of deadwood contracts. There's some cultivating contracts that we can do with the John Deeres, with a smaller cultivator though. Those John Deeres cannot handle the big cultivator. Is that normal for stones to appear even though I have stones turned? If you got stones turned off, you should not be seeing stones. Now, unless you're talking about an NPC's field, if you didn't turn stones off right away, the NPC's fields may have stones in them. Just a reminder, I have stones turned on for this series, so that's why we're getting stones, because I haven't turned on. And let's go ahead and cut down. This is the last one. That is the last one. There we go. Let's go ahead and collect on that one real quick. Another 750. Lovely. So yeah, we're trying to, well, I shouldn't say trying to. We are going to buy a field. I guess it's field number 62. 132,960. I'm just going to say 135. So let's go ahead and visit in case you have not seen it. What we are going to be doing here. So yeah, this grass field here, about the same size as the other two grass fields combined. So I think we get about $17,000 worth of grass silage off of those two fields. So if we combine that with this one, yeah, it should be about $35,000 worth of silage every time we cut the grass. So that's where we're at. Our farmyard, nothing to change here. Maybe get some chickens today, question mark. We'll have to see how it goes. We will get to be planting our crop this spring because we are in December, so we're going to be getting through the winter months here at a relatively good pace once we get that plowing contract done. You thought it was a bug. Well, sometimes when you load into a map, it all depends on how the map maker, the map modder, left the field when they uploaded it to the mod hub. So their fields may have stones in it. But if you have stones turned off, once you do that, you should not be creating more stones when you're doing work. Have I heard of the one-stop shop cow barn? Yeah, that was just dropped on the mod hub a little while ago. Not going to be going with that, although. I think I got the cow barn I want kind of picked out. So we're going to go ahead and, like I said, we're going to grab ourselves a cultivating contract while that's going on. I will have to use a smaller cultivator because our 2 John Deeres cannot handle those. Let's go into contracts here. Which one did I want to do? Yeah, this one right over here is not that far from the farm. So I'm going to grab this one for about 3,000. So we're just going to accept it. Speaking of prices, I found out how to change the price of fields. For example, of the map you are on now, you are paying 60K per hectare, which is to me is way too much. I know how to change. I'd like to keep it just the way the map maker made it. Although my suggestion, and Farmer G was in here about what, a little bit over a week ago, of the field prices changing depending on the condition, and I forgot who he contacted. He contacted another modder, and they were going to see if they can get that to work. If that type of mod comes out, that'd be great, but I'm trying not to change the pricing on anything for this series here. So yeah, we're going to grab the small cultivator because, yeah, these John Deeres cannot manage. Actually, I have no idea. Where is that cultivator? Oh, there it is, right over there. We don't have enough horsepower for that big cultivator. That's on the plow job currently. Bobby, when he says OP mods, he just means overpowered mods, which at that point, if I just want to overpower things, I'll just use the easy developer commands. Let's see, where am I going? I know roughly where I'm going, but how does one get there? Oh, take this track right through here and I should get there. Alright, we're good to go. I wouldn't be using OP mods when I'm playing on hard economy. That's it's kind of against what I'm trying to do here. I love that we get to drive through a little bit of water here and there to get to some fields. So by the time I finish this cultivating contract, that'll put us over 90,000. And then after that plowing contract, that should put us up to near 110,000. So won't need that much more to get up to the 135 to buy the other grass field. And then we'll just go from there after the grass field's purchased. I think another big tractor would be good, but also another... I'll have to look at some more fields again. See what farmers have planted when spring rolls around. But if I can find another field with a cereal crop in it that's relatively cheap and nearby, it's gotta fill a lot of boxes though. So that's gonna be a problem. Yeah, we might get some chickens today. We'll have to see how it goes. I did activate the mod for food calculator. If you saw, I think it was in yesterday's episode of Shamburgo. I'm using it on there now just to test it on out to make sure it was looking good. And looks like it'll work us just fine once we get our chickens here. Hello, Crystal. Welcome. Hope you've been well. Again, we're just going to be keeping our eye on that plowing contract. As long as that's definitely going to make sure we finish that contract. Yeah, the field prices are in the XML file of the modded map. But I just try to keep it as is, as the modder intended it. The only thing I usually will change on a map when I go to it is the starting farm and how we start a series. I usually don't like changing prices too much. Is this another... This is not a withered crop, is it? Spinach, withered. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, and a couple days ago I was back on the mod hub because I was trying to find a plow that maybe be better suited for us. So the interesting thing about the plow that we have, and I just double checked on when I came into the game. So this is the plow that we have. And you can see here it says 80 horsepower. The funny thing is, you go on the Giants website to the mod hub, you go to this plow and you read the description. On the description, it says 180 horsepower requirement. But for some reason in game, it says 80 horsepower. So the plow that we are using, and I couldn't figure out why we can't get to top speed. I think it does require 180 horsepower to run that plow. And that plow is the plow made by Raul Christie. Again, that is on the mod hub. But yeah, you're going to need about 180 horsepower, although this 3650 can haul the plow around, but doesn't reach top speed. But then again, neither does the Mercedes-Benz that we have. So once this plowing contract is finished, and I've got all the other contracts that we are doing finished, we will move on to January. You might just get right on into March. We'll have to see what kind of contracts come up. I won't take on any big contracts like we're doing now with the plow, just because at least now I have a good estimate. When I started that course play worker, it said about an hour and 20 minutes. Do that big of a job. So yeah, any big contracts like that I'll probably avoid because I don't want to stay in a month too long. $60K a hectare. Change the price of real life crop field for that area. I kind of get what you're saying, but at the same time, is the hard thing I have in Farming Simulator when I'm on a Let's Play, when my bank account, when the money rolls in so fast and I can't spend it fast enough, I kind of start to lose interest, or if I don't have anything else to build up to. So if I were to lower the prices and we get kind of far in the series and I don't have nothing to work to, I kind of lose interest. Enjoying the playthrough of Sky Harvest, but the music is driving you mad. Well, keep that in mind. I'll turn down the music for the next time. I was going to have an episode out today. I was going to record it yesterday, but really since Sunday morning, when I woke up Sunday morning, my back was bothering me, which is odd. Because my back, I haven't had back issues now for quite a while. And also on Sunday I woke up and my back was bothering me. My back bothers me. I think it pinches a nerve. And right from the middle of my back all the way up into my head, around to the temple of my head. It gives me pain and just like a constant headache. And I've been dealing with that since Sunday. Kind of comes and goes the last couple of days. So I was going to record an episode yesterday, but I felt not great yesterday. So I didn't get a chance to have one out for you guys today. But hopefully later on tonight I can get another one done. But I'll turn down the music a little bit for you, John, and help you out. Yeah, Bob, the other plow that I usually use, that plow is too big. Even the 6-meter wide plow there, that requires like 230 or 40 horsepower. And since our tractors are limited to 200 horsepower and less, that plow is just requires too much. What happened to City Skylines? City Skylines is still a thing. It's just not going to be something I do that much of. I like City Skylines. I think it could be just a couple of things. I don't know the game that well. I know there are a lot of mods out there to make the game, the quality of life of the game better in City Skylines. And two, my city isn't quite built up enough where the money's coming in fast enough, I think, to make the live streams interesting. So probably will be a recorded episode here or there. But like I said, for the past 4 days, I haven't been feeling the best to do a whole lot. That's why I was going to stream Tuesday, but I just woke up Tuesday and I was feeling like total crap. So I said, nah, it's not going to work. But I was lucky to get an episode recorded of, well, I had to get Shamburgo done. And I also got to dig an episode of Sky Harvest done. But at least when I do recorded stuff, if I'm not feeling good, I can just stop recording for a bit and wait until I feel better and continue the recording. Live stream's a little bit different. If you start feeling like crap, it's just like, well, I guess I'm done. So yeah, but City Skylines, I'm not done with it. It's just that it's not going to be something I don't really have a schedule for it. Getting ready for the big snowstorm. Yeah, that's affecting a lot of people, or will affect a lot of people. It's kind of questionable if I will get any of it up here. I think the Arctic air coming down from Canada is going to push the snowstorm a little bit further away from me. I think starting like Friday or something like that, where I'm at, the temperatures are supposed to drop like down below 0 Fahrenheit, and at best maybe our high temperature for the next 3 or 4 days will be like 5 degrees above 0. Nope, those sheep do not belong to us. I think there's actually sheep and goats in there. If I were to buy that land, so yeah, if we were to buy this land in front of us, I think it's going to show on here, right? So if I were to buy this for $32,000, I do believe we would get the sheep and the goats. Where is your feed trough? I can't jump over that? That's ridiculous. What kind of a farmer are you? Where is your feed trough? Oh, there's the gate. Ooh, there is actually material in here. Interesting. Although I don't think I'm going to have sheep and goats on here because we have done sheep and goats. Well, I'm doing sheep and goats on Shamburgo. And we did sheep on Kingley. This map is going to be chickens and just dairy cattle. Sky Harvest felt like Sandrock. Yeah, it's a lot like Sandrock in my time at Porsche. I kind of felt that way. It feels more like Porsche than Sandrock. Which I thought about doing my time at Porsche again. Because it's been so long since I did that. And I would kind of like to remember the storyline in that one. Really helps you in your case because you create real small farms. With vintage farms making money real slow. Yeah, unless you're doing contracts. Which, obviously, we've been contract heavy in this series. But once we get more of our own fields here in Pichonniere Valley, we won't have to do as many contracts. How we doing that plowing contract? 70% done. Probably take about another 15 minutes or so before that contract is complete. Contracts are too OP when doing a small farm. I mean, I'm trying to do a small farm here, but I don't know what some would consider a small farm. I guess I should say smaller than what I'm usually doing. Actually, maybe it's not really a small farm. It's going to be small equipment. Although after using the combine a couple of times, further on down the road, I may put it to a vote to you guys to see if you want to increase the capacity or the size of the combine. Obviously not yet, because we're not anywhere near that point where that is called for. But maybe at some point it may be necessary or better off for us to do so. But being able to buy this grass field here at some point today is going to be very beneficial to us making some money here. So by the end of today's stream, we should have field number... Crap, I forgot the number already. But yeah, that grass field I was showing you earlier, we should have that in our possession. And also maybe, just maybe, put down the chicken pen and just put a couple of chickens in there. Not a whole lot. The pen's probably going to be able to hold like 500 or 600. But I'm probably going to get like just 10 chickens, just to get the process started. Because at some point I'm going to need a telehandler to move the pallets for the eggs. Also, we need a telehandler for the cow barn. But hoping I can maybe find that stuff for used sales. So I'm 86% done with this contract, plowing contract up to 76% done. No, chicken pens you can customize. I really do want to get the chickens around the farmyard just to make it look a little bit more lively. I mean, yeah, we do got Sam, but Sam tends to venture off once in a while. But I think having some chickens around for him to play with or to guard over would be good. But yeah, we definitely need chickens though if we want to make mayonnaise. Trying to get this in one pass, but that's not really working. Kind of enjoyed cultivating in this series because it's a job I don't usually do. I don't want to say this was going to be a quick 3,000 bucks, but getting a job done while we're waiting for Francesca to finish up that plowing contract. And one more pass should do it. Not even one more pass. All right, let's go ahead and click on that. Completed, yes. Collect 2,936. And I think I will take that Deadwood contract because we got a little more time to kill. I don't know what field or what forest it's in, but if it's the one I can't complete, then it's just the one I can't complete. Kind of clean up our tractor. Yeah, this is a very nice map to be playing on. All the detail on the map is just spectacular. There's Sam. Let's go ahead and just drop off the cultivator. All right, let's see. Where is that contract at? Oh, yeah, it's up here. All right, this might be the one. Although it'll be in winter, it's going to be rather easy to see the marked trees. At least one would think. All right, Deadwoods. Backing up because I should be facing the way the markers are facing. Where was it? Oh, right here. Should be two more. Whoop. There's one of them. I think this one right here is going to be it. Yes, it is. And collect. Yeah, we're over 90,000. See, how are we doing here? That's going to take you another 12 minutes or so? Well, I'm going to let Francesca get to the end of the row here, and I think we will take over. That way we'll save ourselves just a little bit of cash on the money. And yeah, I don't really fancy doing any more cultivating contracts with, unless we had the big cultivator. Or could use a big cultivator, but I would need this tractor for that. Alright, so we got about 10 minutes of plowing ahead of us, but once we complete it, that's 22,000 in our bank account, getting us up to 110,000, which means I'll need roughly about $25,000 more to buy the grass field. Hello, Kel's Coated. Welcome. Hope you've been well and you're having a good Thursday so far. Oh yeah, but also getting back to Sky Harvest a little bit. The dev did message and let me know that he's been watching me play Sky Harvest. So hopefully, I mean, if you got any suggestions for Sky Harvest or whatever, let me know and I'll mention it in the video, or maybe I'll message him back and let him know what maybe you are liking about it, or leave comments in the videos, because they are reading the comments in the videos as well. But noted, John wants the music turned down. Or turned off, probably. I kind of like music in some games being on. Or at least background noise. Farming Simulator? No, you don't need music in Farming Simulator because you got the sound. People are going to want to hear the sound of the tractors, and same thing like American Truck Sim or Euro Truck. They're going to want to hear the equipment. But games like Sky Harvest, where there's not a lot of noise going on, a little bit of background music would be good, but I will turn it down for, hopefully for tomorrow's episode. Like background noise, but Sky Harvest is a little bit too high. And there's another one. All right, so music, I'm going to turn the music way down for next time. Yeah, so this plow here, this is actually going to be the biggest plow that we can use on this farm. I mean, it is a 6-meter wide plow, which is pretty wide. So again, we'll have to see what contracts come up. This is the last thing I'll be doing in December. We'll move on to January. But we will have a look to see if any good cultivating contracts come up. No mowing contracts, I would assume, until springtime. But I'm hoping by April we can buy that grass field. That way we can keep it in sync with our other 2 grass fields. Come on, Mercedes, pick a gear. Slowly I turn, step by step, inch by inch, 5 miles an hour. We're watching the Dark Forest series. Didn't catch the live stream. However, where did you get the bridge pack? I think I actually got it active here. I don't know if it's a PC only mod or not. Let me go into construction mode just so we can see the name of it. Is that under other? Yeah, it's just called a bridge pack. I don't know if that's a PC only mod or not, but if you go on the mod hub and you search bridge pack, that should come up. Because that's what I would have used. And hopefully in the next 5 minutes we'll have this plowing contract done. And will it get it done in this one pass here? Kind of close, but it may do. Any second now. Yay! Yeah, I think it took about an hour and a half to get that contract done. But $22,227 collect. Along with some worker fees, of course. That gets us up to $113,391. So really another $20,000 is what we need to buy the grass field, which is not that far off. The slight issue we're going to have is, like in the springtime, a lot of cultivating and plowing contracts will be gone because everyone's planting fields. So all the fields should be prepped. And mowing contracts probably won't appear until April, maybe not even until May. Like I said, we'll just have to see what comes up. Now let me throw my beacon on here. Ooh, this is not good. scratch some cars here. Can subsoilers do plowing contracts? No, it's got to be classified as a plow in the store page. At least that's the way it was in FS22. I really haven't tried it in 25. But it used to be if you bought a subsoiler, even though it plows a field, it would not work on a plowing contract. But in 25, it may work, because I haven't tried it myself, but in 22, it did not. Wait, I hate that when you harvest, you lose a little bit of money on the product. I don't understand how. Why would you lose money on a harvesting when you're harvesting? I guess I'll just leave the plow on this for now, because I have no idea what I'll be doing next with the Mercedes. Sale page. Let me have a look to see what's in there. I think I remember this stuff somewhat. Kind of rings a bell. Oh yeah, we also got a new hobo hut. We don't have our little tent anymore either. But let's go ahead and we'll sleep until 9 o'clock in January. Snow on the ground. We may just skip the month all completely. Those are active. Deadwood, deadwood. We'll check the sale page. I mean, that's kind of ideal for us. No, it's not. That requires 270 horsepower. That's not what I thought it was. I thought that was the Horse. I think the Horse is a 6 meter wide for 200 horse. But that's 270. It's too big. Too big for what we do here. Let me speed on through the morning a little bit and see if any still Deadwood contracts. All right, let's just get the heck out of January, I guess. We'll go to February. Probably should have fed Sam, too. We'll feed him now, though. The snow's gone. All right, feed Sam. Sale page. This would be a good... Well, no, 300 horsepower. Never mind. This is something we might... Or, no, I shouldn't say might, that we will need. All right, what we got for contracts? We got deadwood, rock removal, and wood transport. Sam's bunching away. Oh, I can plant... I think I can plant spring barley in February, right? Spring barley. We can plant that right now, actually. Hopefully some contracts will pop up, and I can get a contract going while I'm planting. Not really. All right, so maybe I'll plant next month, and hopefully some contracts will come up. Because you never let me complete a contract and there's still grain and stuff in the field, and a certain amount, the remainder is yours. So what you need to do, Lindsay, if you're talking about harvesting contracts, is don't, I mean, it all depends on the equipment you're using. If you don't have room in your grain trailer, when you get near the end, do not deliver the grain until you completely harvest the field, then deliver the rest of the grain. So try to calculate how much room you got left in your grain trailer and your harvester, and try not to deliver all the grain until you harvest the complete field. You can do it that way. The regular plow you used in the past, the 16912, is named a subsoiler, but will come up if you search plows. Inscription says plow. Well, what we're talking about is for plowing contracts, you got to make sure that the equipment you're using is in the plow category in the store page. But if I had that mod activated, it would be here. And I think it'd also be under subsoilers, but I think you got to buy it as a plow in the store page. Yeah, Sam. So what do you think, Sam? Go to March. We will plant our barley. Let me just make sure I can plant spring barley in March. I'm pretty sure I can. Spring barley, March, yes. We should have some contracts come up. I hope. Unless I just fast forward some time and some contracts will come up now. No. Alright, and yeah, I don't want to look at the sale page too much because I definitely want to buy the grass field. If I buy something else, then it's a long road back up to buying the grass field again. What? We're in March. We don't want snow on the ground. Oh, here it goes. It's disappearing. Never mind. Feed Sam again because it's a due month. I will look at the sale page. So that subsoiler there, it's funny that we're talking about it. Ooh, what is that? Oh, 270 horse. That's not going to work for us. All right. What do we got for contracts? We got some bale wrapping, rock removal, and dead wood. Okay, let me fast forward some time here, and hopefully some other type of contracts will show up. Stone picking, rock removal. Well, the only thing I can do is dead wood, but I don't really want to be doing that. All right, let's... well, I guess we'll just drop off the plow. Probably should have lowered it first before I just dropped it, but luckily it did not fall over. Well, trying to get that grass field by, well, April, or in April, that's going to be kind of rough. All right, let's top this off with some fertilizer and stuff. Actually, just fertilizer is all I need. I don't need any seed. And hopefully this year's harvest is just a little bit better. I think it will be. Not a whole lot better, but just a little bit better. Pick a gear and be happy with it. That's one thing I'm probably going to look for when we get like our big tractor. I mean, this is one of our big tractors. But obviously I want to get one that is exactly like 200 horsepower or like in the 190s. Make sure it's like a power shift or a CVT transmission, not a manual. Really hoping that a couple of contracts come up because I really want that grass field. I mean, the sooner the better. I also kind of need to get rid of that cobblestone that's right there. And also I'm going to have, we should have weeds this year, but I don't have a way to get rid of them. So we're just going to have to deal with them for a while. Didn't have weeds last year though, so that will decrease our yield by quite a bit. I mean, I guess unless I get the hoe, or maybe even a small weeder. Yeah, we'll have to see. Well, the one thing I didn't check is the weather forecast. We got any tornadoes forecasted anytime soon? Does not look like it. In real life, yield of spring rain is 30% less than winter. Yep. I don't know if that's the case on this map or not. I think this is the first map I've seen in 25 where it's classified as spring barley and wheat compared to winter barley and wheat. I don't know if the yield is higher or not. Maybe we'll have to try it out to see if there is a difference. I'm just planting it in the spring because it just allows less time for the crop to get damaged if a hailstorm or a tornado were to come on through. Is there anything is there a help menu for this map? Base game, precision farming, Highland. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything for this particular map for them to say that the fall crop yields better than the spring crop. So I'll have a look here in just a moment once I get this done. Maybe looking at weeders. See what the cheapest weeder is, because our field's not that big. Again, I can't lease or borrow equipment. I have to buy it to use it. And obviously, in the long run, I would want a see and spot weed sprayer for precision farming. But that is out of our price range for this year. First, as good as the yield that this field has, I'm actually surprised still that we only got 12,000 liters out of it. They created a tornado mod, more dynamic. Yeah, I saw that. I thought about maybe using that, but at the same time, I think that if the tornado were to hit our farmyard, it would be so devastating, it would take me forever to get caught back up. I don't want to say it's been a struggle to get where we currently are, but I don't want to go back to where I need to fish and do a lot of deadwood contracts and all that kind of stuff. So you can see we did get some lime down in this field since last harvest. So pH value should be perfect to good. And of course we are fertilizing as we're drilling, so nitrogen should be perfect. Do we own any of these woods in front of us? Let's see here. Farmland. Okay, we do not, basically. I mean, we own a little bit off the field, but we do own the trees, like, from here to the road. Not sure I want to be cutting down trees and bring them to the sawmill, though. But I have no way to pick them up. Again, cannot use super strength or auto loaders on this series. So I'd either have to cut the trees to 200 kilograms or less to be able to pick them up, or kind of like on Kingley, where I was using the wheel loader, but I can't use a wheel loader here because that's over 200 horse. Yeah, 200 is the magic number. Nothing over 200 kilograms, nothing over 200 horsepower. No, no sawmills on this series. I've done enough sawmills. I'm probably only going to do sawmills from now on if there's constructibles that we need to do. Just like greenhouses, there's a reason why I don't have any greenhouses here, because they're just, I mean, it's a nice concept, but I've done enough greenhouses to make us money, and I kind of wanted to get away from doing that. We earned our money here in the beginning by fishing, then doing deadwood contracts with a chainsaw. Then we were able to finally get our first tractor, and now we're doing the contracts that we can do. Well, hopefully when I get done with this, maybe we'll see a contract or two. If your stuff is undercover, it's safe from the tornado. So just like the base game tornado, if it's in a shed or whatever, it's fine. I always leave my stuff in the shed, so everything would be fine. Actually, the problem over there is I just don't have enough sheds. Well, there may be no tornadoes in real life in France, but as for Farming Simulator, I don't know if map makers have the option to not have them appear. The only map I don't think we've seen a tornado on was New Hope. Every other map we've been on has had tornadoes. Yep, we had tornadoes on Kingley. I lost crop twice in Kingley. I think the time we were on Kingley, we had about 4 or 5 tornadoes. That's why I planted some trees for David, because David lost a whole bunch of trees at his house. I lost half a field of cotton. And then I think I also lost a half a field of soybean to a tornado. All right, our barley is in. Let me just get off the field. So, first thing I want to look at is contracts. Bale wrapping, deadwood, rock removal, sowing. I don't want to do sowing. Alright, so nothing really here for us currently. Alright. As for, like, weeders. So that one there is only 6,500. I was looking more at a hoe. As one does. 6 times as much, 36,000. But this does small and medium weeds. This one probably just small. And this would be good for contracts. Because that is 12.4 meter. That's a 6 meter. So double the working width. The thing is, though, this I could use the 3650. And I might be able to even use the 710 on that. All right, well, we'll see what happens about the weeders. I'll have to take care of the weeds in our field. We don't want our yield going down too much. And I don't really feel up to planting a crop for a contract. So, I'm pretty sure we fertilized the grass field. I usually keep up on that. Alright, I did. If I did that one, I did the other one. Let me fast forward some more time here, and we'll check contracts again. Yeah, it's all bale wrapping I can't do. Deadwood I could, but whatever. I think I'm just going to be calling it a month. Alright, a little spring rain to water our crops. Yeah, there's nothing really there. Sale page. Nothing there either. Well, I wanted the grass field in April. I mean, there's still a chance. There's still a chance that we can do that. I don't know what you're talking about, branding. I did not... onions withering? I have no idea what you're referring to. I must be thinking of someone else. Alright, Sam is fed. Nope, we don't need... Well, actually... I mean, this is not expensive anyways. But this is something we will probably get once we get our dairy cattle. Alright, contracts. Bale wrapping, deadwood. Hoeing contract for 6,000. That would be good. If I really want to buy the grass field. The wood transport, if you were to take that contract, you would get a pile of logs somewhere next to a forest, basically. So, let's see, where's field number 20? So I usually get a contract here for cutting down wood. But yeah, if you took a wood transport contract, you would just, when you accept it, you would see like a pile of logs that you have to go pick up and deliver them probably to the sawmill. All right, well, waiting for, actually, let me fast forward to the top of the hour, and maybe some other contracts will show up. Yeah, nothing. I mean, there's contracts there. I do have weeds, right? Wait, why? How come I don't have weeds? Why am I not getting weeds? Okay, I got a little bit of weeds over here. A weed there and a weed there. I got some weeds, but not a full field of weeds. I think with the little bit of amount of weeds we got, I'm not going to worry about it. Okay. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and grab our Mercedes. And we got our grass fields to go cut. But unfortunately, currently, I can't get the big grass field. I'm still 20,000 plus short of being able to do so. Okay, I'm going to move the plow. Alright, Sam, you just stay on guard. Okay, make sure this is on Swarthmore. It is. See, our grass field's ready, so why not some mowing contracts? Get around the tree now. Should be able to. That swath is looking pretty good. So of course we're going to bail these up and wrap them. Just got to beg the other farmers to give us a couple of contracts. You'd think with spring planting there might be a fertilizing contract even. Alright, one field done. And turn when I get to the sign. It's like a little bit of morning fog here. So we should get 20 bales at 7,000 liters apiece. If everything goes as it usually does. I don't know if it's just me or not, but the grass looks like on this map here that it's fuller than when I'm on a base game map. Well, of course, if we don't get enough contracts here in April, we will have this silage to sell next month. That would still bring me up just a little bit short. So we still need a couple of contracts to help us out. Look out, deer. This does remind me, in yesterday's episode of Shamburgo, if you haven't seen it, we did cut our grass in our new grass field. And you may want to go check it out to see how many bales that we got. Alright, 2 more passes should easily do it. Alright, let's get these suckers, this grass, baled up and wrapped so they start fermenting. Yes, deer were in the base game in 22. It wasn't just on one map, they were on all maps. Alright, I want to check contracts again because I'm just itching to get some kind of contract. Fertilizing contracts. Again, though, I'd probably get paid after said and done about $3,000. And everything else, I don't have the equipment to get those contracts done. So it looks like we'll just get the other grass field when we can. I was aiming for this month here, but don't think it's going to happen. But eventually, once we do have it, we'll get it on the same cycle as these 2 grass fields over here. Just gotta remember to stop every time it needs to unload. I do believe there's a mod on Mod Hub for these like type of balers that it'll actually slow you down automatically. So even if you forget to do so, it'll slow down to unload. After cutting the grass field, is it better to fertilize straight away or wait till first stage? Don't know what's better. Well, there's two answers to that question. It all depends on if you're playing with precision farming or not. So if you're not playing with precision farming, so it's doing the base game, yeah, you can fertilize it right away, does not matter. If you're playing with precision farming, you are better off to wait until the grass grows or is in growing state, because then it'll put down the exact amount of fertilizer you need. So if I were to come in here and fertilize this grass field, and this month here, because we just cut the grass, it would fertilize it, but since the grass is not in the growing state, it'll put down the max fertilizer as possible, and my field will be over-fertilized, which will hurt my yield a little bit. Always play with precision farming, so you want to wait until the grass is growing. I don't think it hurts the yield that much. Because I did it twice on... I think I did it twice on Kingley, where I fertilized it the same day I harvested the field. I don't think it hurt the yield that much. Grass cannot be over-fertilized. In precision farming it can. I mean, it still says perfect, but grass only requires like 50. I think I got it all in that corner. How much more wrap? Oh, I got plenty of wrap. We're good. I mean, if I do run out, we'll just buy it from here instead of going to the store, though, like I did last time. Well, hatchback balers won't release the bale till you hit the button. Like Brandon said, there is a, you can turn on, where is it? It's about right in the middle. You can see where it says turn off automatic drop. I got automatic drop turned on, so the minute the bale is all set, it'll unload it. Oh, crud. Wasn't paying attention. Wait, this will pick up the grass going backwards? turning radius on this Mercedes isn't the greatest, but it's not bad either. So again, sell these in a month. You think the little buzzer would just keep reminding me that you're almost full. So again, in the somewhat distant future, when we have cows, of course, we will want to make some hay. And of course, we're going to want to keep the silage bales for some TMR. I'm not going to go too crazy on the cows. I know what barn I want, but I forgot the number of cows it holds. I want to say 35. So we're not going to need a whole bunch of TMR, but we will need it. I think there's a TMR mixer in this bale pack by Farmer G, if I'm not mistaken. Which means we can make a lot of TMR in the mixer. I may have to double check on that. Again, we're not going to be using a production to make TMR. We're going to have to do it in our own mixer. Oop, didn't quite get full enough. All right. So these bales we'll just keep right here until next month till they're fermented. We'll sell them, then we'll fertilize the grass field. And And let's see. Yeah, I think I'll just leave the grass because it's not that much in there. Actually, I don't think I can unload it because it's less than 10%. Let's leave this parked out here just for the time being. Yeah, so in where's that going to be? It's going to be under animal care, right? Animals, mixers. Yeah. Oh, wow, that could do 630,000 liters of TMR. I'd probably have to get this one because that only requires 90 horsepower. That requires 240. So I'd probably end up getting this one. And that one alone... Wait, that says 2 bales. Does that just say straw? No, that'll do TMR. Yeah, I don't think we need to go that extreme. So probably just leave out 140,000, which is quite a bit. But yeah, we'll have to get that one there because 90 horsepower is what it requires. I don't need anything bigger, honestly, because that requires 240 horsepower, so that's a little bit too much. That only requires 120, so I could get that one. But why not get the cheaper one? But we'll worry about that when the time comes. And let's see, what do we got for contracts here? Ones that I could do. So there's a weeding contract where I don't have a weeder. That field would take a while to do. Of course, I would have to buy the weeder. And then by doing that contract, I'd probably break even. There's a cultivating contract. Ooh, let's go ahead. We're going to do that one. Accept that contract. Thank you. So we're going to need our Mercedes. And the cultivator right behind us. Not the 3 meter wide, the 8.3 meter wide one. No fermenting silos for making silage or making TMR. This series is pretty much getting rid of a lot of the mods that I'm usually using. That usually make the game much easier. So we're kind of going, I don't want to say a slower pace, but it's going to be more hands-on. It is down this road I need to go, right? Whoops, sorry. I'm looking at the map, not where I'm driving. Yes. Need to go through here. Again, this cultivator is on the mod hub. Get more cultivating contracts this month. That's what we need. Mowing contracts would be great. But I think last year I found out mowing contracts didn't pop up until May. Never remember the TMR ratio for cows. You buy TMR. How rich are you? I think the ratio, isn't it like 2 silage for 1 hay bale? Or is it the other way around? Because it's been a while since I've done it myself. And yeah, straw, as Branding said a while ago, straw is just kind of like a filler. But it's a good filler. I mean, Omatana, she does make great mods, but she does make I know what you're saying. She does make OP mods, but us saying it's OP, other people will look at it as not OP. Well, if Bob is buying the TMR from Omatana's seed hut like I got, and he put down the cheap seed hut where you can buy stuff a lot cheaper, then he's not really wasting money at all. For those that don't know, like on Omatana's seed hut like I use, that is under tools, right? Or is it under containers? Multi-fruit buying station reduced price compared to just a regular station. I don't know how much reduced price it is, but I don't go with that myself. Yeah, that fermenting silo that I used on Kingley, it was so easy to make TMR. But since they were beef cattle, it didn't really matter too much. This cultivator looks so huge after using that 3-meter wide one at the beginning of the stream. Doesn't like going uphill with a cultivator. I think cows in the base game, I think it's 18 months. So whatever the adult cows that you can buy when you place down a cow barn, I think the adult ones are 18 months old. Those are ones that'll start producing milk right away once you get their health up. Now I just created two fields in a sense. Forgot what this contract is paying, but I think it was like 5,000 or 6,000. Another 20% more. But at least with this contract here, and eventually with our silage bales, that may give us enough money for that grass field. But of course, I'm going to want to soil sample it first. But with the grass ready for harvest, I won't be able to put lime down or fertilizer. Then we'll, once we get the grass field and really get involved working with that, maybe we'll have a look around the rest of the map and see what the farmers have planted. See if we can find a field with like barley, wheat, or sorghum that might be in our price range that has a good yield to it. I get the last 9% on this side. And maybe next time I'll use the other silos. Is it just for seed and fertilizer and lime, or is it for everything like the hut is for? Like herbicide and, say, even diesel fuel or even water? Is it the same stuff? I may have used it before, but I don't remember if I have. I'm probably going to guess not. Or is that what I used on New Hope? When I couldn't get the case planter in the trigger for the hut, which was weird. Alright, cultivating contract done. How much was I getting paid for this? 5,362, it says. Okay, bale wrapping, deadwood. And yeah, I got nothing else, so I'll put the time scale at 240 while I drive back. I'm not sure the silage bales will cover the cost for the grass field as of yet. There will be mowing contracts in May, though. All right. Time is a-passing. Fertilizing contracts are popping up, but even though I do like them, the problem is our fertilizer spreader doesn't carry that much. And until it does like a really big field, it's not worth it. But the problem is my spreader can't carry enough fertilizer to do the extreme big fields. Well, it does not look like I'll be doing any more contracts this month. So yep, can't do any of those. Can't do a darn thing about those. Sale page, I shouldn't be looking because I need to save that money up. All right, let's go to... Yeah, let's go to May. Not hail. Hell no. All right, feed Sam. There's a telehandler. I would love a telehandler. All right, mowing contracts. But they're all the cheap ones. Deadwood, bale wrappings, no cultivating. Boy. All right, I'm going to do this little thing. I'm going to accept the contract. And now I'm going to cancel the contract. And I'll collect on it, which is $0. Because you're only going to get 3 mowing contracts at a time. So let's go ahead and eliminate these. Kind of cheesy, I know, but at the same time, yeah, we don't want those. I want more to pop up. And even this one here, accept contract, cancel contract. If they charged me to do this, I wouldn't be doing it. Hail and then to rain. All right, not getting any damage in our field as of yet. And our silage bales won't be ready until like 10 o'clock. So we're going to fast forward time a little bit. All right, any mowing contracts come up? New ones at least. There we go. There's one for 16,000. Sorry, I was just pausing, so I'm trying to think. I think I'll put it on the Mercedes. That would be best. That's what we were looking for. Spraying, stone picking, tedding, weeding, can't do those. Fertilizing, nothing huge. Okay, we'll drop this off here. But with the mowing contract and selling bales, we will have our grass field this month. Where am I going for this one? Keep zooming out. Oh, this is the one up by the store. Well, what we'll do is after it gets done mowing that grass field by the store, I'll come back the other way and we'll top this off with some diesel. Shed my beacon on. I think the biggest contract I ever did was back in FS17 on Goldcrest Valley. It was a sugar beet harvest, and I think they paid me $190,000. It was the field in the upper right-hand corner of the big field. Field number 5, I think it is. But man, it took me like 4 hours to do that contract. Alright, so how do I get in this field here? Well, we'll see if we can find a gate somewhere. Well, that grass field's to the left, but I'm not seeing a gate yet. Little pig, let me in. Oh, gate is right here. Alright, make sure we put this on... Well, it doesn't really matter. It's on swath dropping right now, but I'd rather just have it on mower. It's probably going to take it like 35 minutes to mow this field. Oops. Hit all the wrong buttons. Seven, four, yep, create job. Ooh, 51 minutes. I was not expecting to take that long to cut the grass field. Let me shut the gate. In Western Australia, how long did it take you to do sugarcane on 22? That wasn't a contract. That was in my own field. And I don't remember how long it took. Actually, John, I don't think I've seen anything from you until now for a while. At least in my chat, I'm not seeing you. When's the last time you said something? At least that showed up. The last time I saw you type anything, John, was about 50 minutes into the stream, so I would say it's been like an hour since I've seen you type something. Alright, so we got this mowing contract going on. It says it's going to take 50 minutes, which seems like a while. In the meantime, well, it has switched to rain. Let's see if my bales have fermented. It is 10:30. I should slow down time. I think they are fermented at this point. They are. So let's grab the 3650. And the bale trailer. Let's not knock over the cultivator. Alright, so sell the silage bales, and then we'll grab the 710 and we'll fertilize it. These two grass fields at least. Put that bale in there. Put them all in there. Then we'll go to the BGA with it. Putt, 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 putt. That's what it sounds like, a little putter. This particular 3650, I think it's a base game, is it not? Let's see here. 3650. I don't think I got a modded 3650. No, that's just the 3650 base game tractor. Can I grab that one without running into the fence? I can. I think we usually end up with about 20 bales. I don't know how many we made. Let's see, we're at 14, so this is 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh, we got 20 bales. Kick the bale up to the side, and we got it. Yep, that's all of them. All right, off to the BGA and see. Again, I think it's going to be just shy of being able to buy that grass field, or no, it's going to be very close. And the mowing contract's doing, I think it's going faster than what Horseplay thinks it should be done. And the BGA is just right here. Alright, so it's like 132,000 and change. So if we get to 133, that'll be enough to buy the grass field. But I got a worker going, so I need money to pay the worker. So I can't be that tight on it, but let's see what we get up to. Alright, so 17, 18, almost 19,000 on that. 135. I think that clears us enough to be able to buy the grass field and have enough money for that worker to keep on going. But yeah, it's going to be kind of hard to do soil sampling and buying fertilizer for our 2 grass fields that we cut. But we'll see. We'll try to make it work. Of course, when that grass mowing contract gets done, we'll have a good amount of money to spend. Grass we were about to buy, well, I don't think we can see it from this road. That might be just on the other side of that fence. Should be on the other side of that fence. Kind of where all the fog is a little bit. Well, done with the bale trailer for now, but I'll need it in June because we will be cutting our grass field today. Alright, so I think since I got the spreader on the John Deere, let's go fertilize our 2 small grass fields. I say small because after we buy the next one, they will be the small ones. I'll bring up the mini map so I can kind of see where I've been in fertilizing. And again, it's going to be it's going to be very hard to see where I fertilized in a bird's eye view because it's raining, so the soil has gotten darker, and usually that's what I go by when we put down the fertilizer. But I think I've done these fields enough to kind of know where we need to be. And even put down the fertilizer while it's raining, it is turning it a little bit darker. We finally have enough money to buy ourselves another field, and it's a good sized field of grass, which means more silage bales. And somewhere in here, I mean, that should be fully fertilized. Yeah, it's not really taking any more fertilizer. I think we're good. Hello, Doug. Welcome. So in just a second, we'll drop off this fertilizer spreader. We'll pick up our soil sampler, go buy ourselves that field, and grab some samples. Although, see how much money I got left, because it's going to be kind of, again, I don't want to leave myself with no money to pay the worker that's doing the contract. But at the same time, I'm eager to get into that field. Probably not the best time to put down fertilizer while it's raining. But in the game, does not matter. I can't really see. I can barely see a texture difference. It's there, but very slightly. And right about there, we are done. Alright, these two grass fields are all set. Is there any... I don't know how long since I've done soil sampling here. I mean, they're getting close of needing soil sampling, but I think for now they'll have to wait. A lot of speculation about ATS and ETS2 version 1.58. I haven't seen nothing on it, but if I were to guess what the speculation is, I'm guessing the hot shots will be introduced, because there's been a lot of posts about it from SES, meaning showing off some of the trucks. Although I don't know, are the hot shots going to be part of Euro Truck? Is that a thing over there? It must. I would assume it must be a little bit. All right, let's go buy ourselves a grass field. Is our workers still moving over there? They're not stuck on a fence or anything like that, are they? Are they moving? Yeah, she's... Well, she's doing something. As long as she's getting the job done, which she is. Alright, so for the past, like, this stream and last stream for sure, and maybe a little bit the stream before that, been saving up money for this field right here. So let's go ahead and click on it. 132,960, so 133,000 for this field right here. And you can see the yield's 106%. Yep, we want to buy it. Thank you. So bring up the mini map because we got to get some soil sampling. And that shows us where we have taken samples for. I think our cow barn is going to go in this grass field at some point. But of course, for the time being, it's just going to get mowed, baled, and wrapped. Panther, I'm not sure what you're asking, if that is on auto feed. Alright, send the samples in. I don't know how much it's going to cost me, but hopefully it's not too much. 600. So that leaves me almost $1,000 for the worker. I think we're fine on that. Let's see what kind of condition this field is in. Nitrogen's not bad, and neither is the pH value. So 93% out of 100, which is not bad for an NPC field. And we should get, I'm going to guess, like 22 bales of grass. Or just 22 bales in general off this field. But then again, I need, like I said, I need that Mercedes and the mower that's currently doing the contract, which is going to give us a decent amount of money in the account. I'm not sure if it'll let me fertilize grass when it's in a full harvest stage. I mean, it won't hurt to try. But that's a big purchase because I can cut that grass field 3 times a year, and that should bring me in almost $20,000 every cut. Meaning, in 2 years, that grass field will pay for itself with all the silage. Looks like it will take fertilizer. Alright, so we'll just get that yield a little bit better. She's milking the clock. I don't think she's doing it that much. With precision farming, you can lime and fur all crops in ready-to-harvest state. Well, I know, like in the base game, you can't lime a field once the crop has germinated. In precision farming, I know you can fertilize and lime, but I thought it was all the way up until harvest. I thought once the crop was in harvest state, you could not do so. Because the crop is fully grown, so it's not going to absorb any more nitrogen, in theory. It might be different for grass. But like if a corn was ready for harvest, I don't think it would take fertilizer. That's the way I remember it being in 22, and I just kind of roll with it here in 25 as it being the same way. Oh, what have I got? Like a dead spot down. Oh, that might be hail damage. Because we did get some hail this morning. Pretty much just driving by looking at the mini-map. Test it and you can. 25, been able to lime and fertilize corn and other crops that were on harvest ready state. See, it shouldn't do that really, because the crop is ready for harvest, so technically it should not be able to absorb any more nitrogen, or the acidity of the soil shouldn't make a difference because the crop is ready for harvest. I wonder why they changed that, or is that just part of another bug in FS25? Because let's face it, there are some bugs out there. I think I'm done fertilizing because I can see in the upper left-hand corner. Might be a little bit down here that I gotta do. Yeah, look at this section here. But this field here, yep, a big step for us here on the farm. I know it's just another grass field, and we're doing a lot of grass work here, but it's what we need to do. Yeah, next up, I would like to get some chickens. That's kind of a cheap purchase. But at the same time, as we know, our field alone, that one field, is not going to be quite good enough for what we are doing here. What is that? That's a field of wheat. That should be wheat. But yield is 101%, which is not bad. It's right next to the farm. It is 165,000 for it. That's 109% yield. And it's a little bit cheaper. Is that spring wheat also? No, it is not. What is that then? Is it winter wheat? That's winter wheat. That's 150,000. Don't think I'll have enough money by the time it's ready for harvest. So, yeah, I think probably looking at fields, it's good to know which ones are available out there. That's 244,000. Yeah, I think it's I think these two fields here would be the best option. Actually, this one here would be the best options right next to the grass field. What is that? Oh, you can't buy that. Whatever this is. Is that part of the road system? I don't see a price for it, though. So I can click on it, but there's nothing telling me how much it costs. And you can see it highlights the outer edge of the map and all the roads. But there's no price or anything, so I don't know what's going on there. All right, so we have a couple of options for fields to buy once we get the money. What is this place right here? Is it just all fenced in? I can't. I think it's just a house. All right, so nothing I would need it for. Yeah, but this could be a possibility. But yeah, it's a long stretch to get that. All right, so yeah, we're just waiting for that mowing contract to get done. Is there any other contracts out there that I could do while we're waiting? Deadwood, fertilizing, hoe, mowing can't do because that's in use. So, no. I think I'm just going to go do one of the Deadwood contracts. Yes, we can do it there. Just to get the money in, just to make sure we got enough money to pay the worker. I'm sure we got enough money to pay the worker, but let's be double sure. Don't usually have a problem cutting down the deadwood trees here. But there's one spot in the map where occasionally a tree can't be found. And I think the trees are spawning inside one another. You farm real life out here in Utah, we always would run liquid nitrogen on it 7-10 days before we cut it. But I would assume, though, if you're doing that, the grass is still growing a little bit in that 7 to 10 days. So I get that in real life, but like in the game, that grass is not going to grow anymore. But I'm not going to argue with the game right now. I need that grass, so... But it's kind of good to know that we can lime and fertilize even in harvest state. I'm just going by what it did in FS22, where we couldn't. Oh, I missed one somewhere. but I see it. Oh, she fixed the vehicle, and it cost me $12.16. So now she's not. Yeah, we're out of money. She fixed the vehicle. I forgot to change that. All right, so I did need this after all. That was kind of like perfect timing. All right, let's get him back on work. Let's see how much longer it's going to take. Give course play a second. I'll show up right here. Another 20 minutes, apparently. Well, okay. There's that. All right, so if I want to, like I said, the next step we might be doing today is chickens. Let me just see how much that pen costs, which it can't be too much. It's a fenceless chicken pen. $850, which I don't have the cash for. But I would like to find an area to put it in. So, looking at this, it looks like the spawn point for the eggs is on the right-hand side of the trough. So, I got to be careful where I put that. And I also need to get access to it. I kind of want it around the silo. But at the same time, I also don't want it in the way of our trailers going in and out. So, I mean, right there, that would be probably too much. See, if I were to bring it over here and then rotate this around. I mean, I could put it there. I'm not sure I like it out over here. But here does make more sense. Because I'm not going to be driving here because the shed's there. And I could make a little passageway like out to the road so the telehandler can come in and grab the eggs. And also to feed the chickens would be easier. And then I could just extend the fence out towards the silo. And out and around. Kind of want the chickens roaming around this general area here, I think. Yeah, so probably would have to put it in here. And yeah, I will extend the pen because I want the chickens to be roaming around the silo. Maybe somewhere around Sam's doghouse and around the shed area. But yeah, we don't have the money for that. So, probably have to wait until that mowing contract gets done. And again, I don't have any other contracts that I can do currently. So maybe I'll just go do the mowing contract myself. And I might be able to do it a little bit faster, too. Not much faster, but a little bit faster. Why not rotate it so it's parallel with the trees and have some of the pen under the trees? I mean, I could do that, but at the same time, then, I don't know, I think it's the placement of where I gotta pick up the eggs. I'll have another look at it later on once we get in the money. Again, I don't want to put too many chickens in there because we don't have that much grain to feed them. All right, I don't think I really need to come down here to get this. This feels big enough to where we're going to get most of it done. I do see the forecast says it's clouds, not raining, but it's still raining, so Rain, you can disappear at any time. Can't use silage because it's too acidic where you're at. Use alfalfa or clover. Well, we got that on this map. So after we get done with this contract, we will drive past the fuel station, top this off with fuel. Then we'll spin around and just go right to our new grass field, get that cut. And then get the baler in the field and start making some more silage bales. And then we'll look at putting down the chicken pen somewhere. I'll have another look, Crystal, like you said, putting it against the tree line. I guess it doesn't matter. I gotta look at the feed trough again for the chickens. Just make sure it's not where the eggs are gonna spawn. I don't want the feed trough to be kind of in my way to get the eggs. Oh, yeah, and also I gotta get in there to feed them, so I gotta get a trailer in front of the feed trough. So if I rotate it, that's going to be the issue, maybe. Welcome back, Branding, wherever you went to. So now it's almost like the mowing contracts are what is the best time for money currently. Welcome back, Panther. Actually, lunch sounds pretty good right now. I haven't really had nothing to eat yet today. And it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This last 3% is going to take me forever, isn't it? It seems like it. In just a minute or two, we'll be $16,000 richer. And we are done. Now it's got to find the gate. Probably where the starting trigger is. Left myself enough room. Wait, to get to the gas station from here... Yes, I want to go to the left. Nope. When I said I haven't had nothing to eat today at all, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I meant I have nothing. I have had nothing to eat at all today. I'm weird. I'm weird like that. I have basically like one big meal a day, and that's about it. And I may snack later on after the meal, but it's the way I've always been. Alright, while this is fueling up, we'll collect on that contract we just did. $16,044. And now we got a full tank of fuel. Alright, let's go cut our new grass field, shall we? Alright, should have my beacon on too, driving on the road. As a diabetic, you're supposed to eat 3 times a day, but sometimes can't be bothered to eat. Well, as long as your blood sugar level is in where it's supposed to be. So our new field on our right hand side. I want to bring up the mini map so we can see how the yield is going to go. But it should be pretty good. And of course now we want to switch us over to swath mowing. And already we can see in the yield in the bottom left-hand corner, it's nice, dark, and green. Okay, this side of the field, not the greatest. But it's not bad either. Overall, this field is pretty good. That's why we chose it. And also the price kind of chose it for us as well. But it's a pretty good field. Would like to see a little bit more of a darker green color everywhere, but again, the field's not in a perfect condition for us. But it's not bad either. Too bad they can't have the bale in tow. I could have the 3650 with the baler behind us with a worker. But since it's our first time cutting the grass field, in the future I might start doing that. But for the first cut, no, we want to be doing it ourselves. And there's been a lot of grass cutting today. But the more fields I get, the less contracts we'll be doing. And yeah, once we get our cow barn in at some point, because we do have 3 grass fields, if this one grass field here can satisfy the needs for the cows, then the other 2 grass fields, I may put a crop into it. Or we could sell them to buy a... Because the fields are kind of small for combining in. We could sell them and then get just a little bit bigger field for a cereal crop. Or like for canola. Because we're going to need to make some oil to make some mayonnaise. But for now, they're just going to stay grass fields until we get some great money coming on in. So field to the right with, what was that, spring or winter wheat? That's one or the other. It's wheat at least. Could be our next field. So, of course, we'll definitely put some lime down in this field. Although, like I said, it was pretty good. It wasn't great, but it was good. And a couple passes here. Then back to the farmyard. We'll grab the baler. So a month later than I would like to have mowed the field, but it's here. At some point, we'll get it in sync with the other two grass fields. Probably in October. So maybe with this money coming in, because we are back up to 16,000 already, and of course once we do these bales next month, maybe look at getting ourselves another shed, so I can put things away, at least everything away. Also, let me reset the bale counter so we can see how many bales we get in this field. We didn't start off with too much grass in the baler, so it's not like we were starting with almost a full bale. So every bale will count as from coming off this field. Well, probably with the round bales, it's good that we got the fence down by the river, so none of them will roll down in there. That's bale number 5, and I haven't even gotten around the headland yet. Well, I am hoping for more than 20 bales. And we are getting close to being already at halfway. I think I'm going to run out of bale net, though, before I finish this job. This is bale number 11. Too bad this baler doesn't have a silage additive option that would add 5% to the grass. All those beautiful marshmallows. So again, the other two fields that we have, they give us 20 bales. So if I can get just a little bit more than that, that'd be great. Need to refill the net bale, which we can do just by clicking on our standard net. 400 bucks for that. Not too bad. There is a little bit of a patch here somewhere. Right here. Alright, let's clear up this end of the field. And yeah, we're at 18 bales now. So, should easily get up to 20. How did a baler would kick the bales the other side of the field? Oh, that wasn't a baler, that was a bale wrapper. Some people still say that bug exists, but I haven't seen it. That was the 20th bale that we just did, so yep, we're going to end up with just a little bit more than what we do with the other two fields, which was expected. But maybe we'll do just a little bit better next cut because this field was not perfectly lined. Fertilizer should have been good, though. So if the price is somewhat decent, we should get over $20,000 when we sell these next month. Well, we'll get 23 bales for sure, and then we'll probably have a 24th. A small one, but it'll be a 24th. And yep. So we'll just call it 23. And we'll leave the gate open. I don't mind if people want to roam in there. All right, that's enough grass cutting for today. I'm tired of grass cutting today. Just trying to see what's out there while we're doing some other things. Mowing contracts. Oh, there is one. Does pay rather well, too. If I were to do it, I'd put it on a worker and I wouldn't do anything with it. But we're going to just add some friends here, I think, for Sam to play with. Yeah, construction. Chickens. So, yeah, if I were to put it like this, would not be a bad idea, but it would be kind of hard to get in there with a trailer to feed them. You could say, well, just drive on through, but just remember, just to the left of the feed trough, that's where the eggs are going to be. So if I were to place it here, I wouldn't be able to drive in. I would have to back in to feed them, which I guess I could do. Yeah, that's not too bad. I think we can make this work. Overlap with another object. And you want to customize the fence? Yes, I do. So, we're going to come over to, again, I don't want to make this too big. Put it here. Go up to here. Ooh, is it going to be in the way of the telephone pole? Then, ooh, why does it collide there? It doesn't collide there. I want it to go behind the silo. Oh, wait, did it? I think it completed it. So it should go here, and then it goes to here. All right, the part that's scary is how big of a pen is this? 425. All right, so that's not too bad. It's not too bad at all. Let me go into construction. Can I get rid of where the patches are? No, I can't. Alright, so those little patches of grass will have to stay there. Alright, let's go ahead and do some muddy leaves. No. Mud moss. Mud grass. I will put this in here for the chickens so they have a little bit of grass here. And then trees, plants, meadow grass. I'm not sure what the difference is between all this meadow grass. The height? Yeah, it might be just the height. They got a little bit to here, but they're going to be roaming around the yard. Let's not walk into the silo, please. All right, so we're going to start really small here. Again, you don't need a rooster in the, for your pen, but we always got to have Ronnie the rooster going around. So we'll buy one Ronnie the rooster. And we'll get some adult chickens, and we're just going to start with 10. I want to start with 10 only. There we go. So now they're kind of roaming around the yard. They'll be inside of the shed here. And also they can come over here and get any loose grain if they would like to. So now if I go into here. So according to this, they only need 55 liters per month. But again, chickens are going to reproduce every 2 months. And we don't have that much grain. So at least we'll have some around. And yeah, we'll start getting some eggs. Not a whole lot. But let's go ahead and give them some feed, shall we? Grain trailer over here. I didn't want to turn the chicken pen around because I want them roaming around the yard, not into the grass field. And we gave them a little bit of a patch for grass if they want it. Not that it really matters. It's just a matter of the feed inside their trough. I would like to cover a bigger area. The problem in doing so is it creates a bigger pen. I don't know how big of a feed trough they have, so... Where would they sleep? With Sam and inside the doghouse, I guess. Ooh, that's a big bump going in there. That's going to need to be addressed. Okay, so I guess it holds 12,000. It holds 12,000. So as of right now, looking at this, they are good for 218 months. But obviously, all it takes is a couple of 4 months from now. That's going to be reduced to quite a bit. All right, put the rest back into the silo. It's not a whole lot, but we'll get it back in. All right, so that leaves me 14,000. I don't think I have enough money for a shed, though. At least not the shed that we're going to kind of need. Which one was I looking at? Kind of want to go with the sheds that are on the map. And I think it was... Ooh, that's a big shed. Is that big enough for the combine, though? Well, the combine would just fit underneath that. Okay, so now the question is it deep enough for the combine? Problem is when I pivot from one side to another, it's kind of hard to tell. Well, I guess the combine would go in that one. And all the small equipment can go here. What else do we... I think this is the one I put down, right? Yes, it is. Yeah, so the combine can go in there. But the thing is, though, that's also not big enough. All right, the depth is about the same. I need one that's deeper. So for things like the bale trailer, doesn't quite go in there. I don't think there is a deeper one that's on the Pichonniere building pack. I mean, this would definitely be big enough. Is there a customizing to the shed? I don't see where we can customize a shed. I mean, that'd be great for all the small stuff. All right, I think we need to move some things around here. But we need another shed. Just don't like have everything just willy-nilly here. So let's go ahead and put some things away and move the other stuff, and then we'll put down, have just enough money for that $13,000 shed. Of course, now I got road hazards everywhere with all the chickens running around. And we'll just plop this down right here for now. As I say, don't tip over because I forgot to lower you before I unloaded. And now move the combine. All right, back into construction. And we'll do that. Try to line it up with that one, I guess. Actually, that looks pretty good. Well, place it before you change your mind. Okay. I don't think we got anything floating too much. Maybe a little bit here. But overall, it doesn't look that out of place. All right. Let's go ahead and we'll back in the header. And I guess I don't have to be too precise with everything, because everything will have its own bay, I suppose. And this should fit. I mean, it's mostly under the roof. Alright, the mower can go over here. I'll grab the cultivator. Yeah, let's put the cultivator in the new shed. I'm on the wrong side of the cultivator. And this roof is a little bit lower than the other shed, isn't it? But so far nothing is clipping. Although that is awfully close. I think this will sneak in here. It will. And it's good that the chickens, you can see the chickens are roaming around to this shed as well. It's kind of what I wanted. The last thing I really let float was the debris crusher on Riverbend. The debris crusher. I put down the debris crusher on Riverbend? Excuse me, ladies, aka chickens. I'm parking the Mercedes in here. Now the John Deere can just go right next to the other John Deere. Alright, so everything is in the shed. Yeah, the bale trailer is the longest thing that we do have. And this shed here, I do believe, is deeper by a little bit over this shed. So, as you can see, even the combine sticks out just a tad, but it is undercover. But hey, look at that. I did not expect to get the shed down. We got chickens and we bought a grass field here all in the last hour. On Riverbend Springs, the stones were... That's not what I put down. On Riverbend Springs, the stones were already there. I didn't put that down. Because I used the belt to go from the debris crusher over to the cement production. That was all there. So yeah, we just do have ourselves 11 chickens, of course, 10 hens. And as you can see, 425 chickens. That's quite a bit. If you remember on, I think New Hope was the last series I had chickens. That was an 800 chicken pen. And every month we were full of eggs. So when this pen does eventually get full, about every month and a half, we should have a full pallet of eggs. Yeah, I did want to... There was something I was bouncing into here when I was backing up that trailer, but I don't see what it was running into. So obviously when we do get eggs, we can just bring a telehandler right into here and grab those up. And as you saw with the grain, if there are eggs there, I can just back up the trailer into here and load it on in. Luckily, it holds 12,000 liters. But eventually, once it gets to be a full pen, I'll probably have to feed them every month. Well, if you think that rooster is tired with only 10 hens, you wait until there's 424. But yeah, I kind of like it. You can see the chickens roaming around the silo, eating whatever grain that has been dumped on the ground. And they will roam up to the road here. Where is that trigger? Not the trigger, but the fence must go... It's got to be here somewhere. At least that's hidden inside the grass here. Can't see it. But yeah, they may even roam a little bit behind the sheds. And let's see, about out to here. So about a third of the way across this shed. Actually, we can see the marker here. Well, there we go. So they'll roam into here a little bit. They're eating all the insects, so the insects won't go into our equipment. At least that's the plan. Oh, the debris crusher at the farm. Yeah, that one I did put down, but not the one over by the cement production. That was floating? I don't remember it floating too much. Okay, so I'm back down to $1,000. So the next thing on the farm is going to be, well, I guess, oh, yeah, the telehandler. I would love to have a telehandler on the farm, of course, to move the eggs. But also to move the eggs, I'm going to need the dolly trailer, but that's not too expensive. Yeah, $20,000 for that. Although, do I want a dolly trailer? I think it's going to be my only option. Unless I go with... What's under miscellaneous here? No trailer. Oh, we got this trailer here. And that's half the price. It's not a dolly trailer, so I don't have to back it on up. We'll worry about that when we get some eggs. But yeah, it's either a telehandler or the front loader for the... Wait, does a 3650 take a front loader? I'm sure I looked at this before, but I kind of forgot. Front loader attacher, yes. So $1,500, and it would be for the quickie or the... Well, I guess it doesn't matter which one I do. I always go for the quickie because, I mean, who does not like having a quickie? So, rather have the quickie on there. So if we don't get a telehandler, then getting a front loader for the 3650 is not bad. But in the long run, I'd rather have a telehandler. But we'll see how the money rolls on in. So that'll help us move some eggs. Obviously, we're not going to move a whole lot of eggs in the near future. Yeah, so this field is all set. So, yeah, to start trying to pile up some more money for either... Again, how much does that field? I think it's 100 and... What did I say? 160? I think it's this field here. Yeah, 165. Don't think I'll have 165,000 by the time we get to harvest season. Let's grab for just one more job today. At least get started on it. Because I don't have a whole lot of money. It'd be nice if I had the spreader on there. Apparently, I dropped off the spreader. And start filling up with some lime, and we'll do a little bit of lime spreading here. So again, obviously next month we'll have these bales to sell. That should be $20,000. But in the meantime, yeah, we'll be doing contracts probably. Yeah, skid steer is going to be fine, but I'm going to have myself a TMR mixer. And a telehandler would be better for that. Yep, this is going to take a few trips on the lime. A few trips. But I really don't like a skid steer. I mean, when's the last time you seen me use a skid steer? Don't like skid steers too much. But it definitely has changed up the farmyard quite a bit, adding the chickens in a shed. I would say Sam is around there to protect the birds, but he's a yellow lab, so I'm guessing at most he'll just play with them. Well, might do other things with the birds, being a lab. But he's trained not to harm them, so he'll just play with them. It's magical line, too. It goes right through the bales. See if I can finish off this end of the field while we're down here. The top half could be where the cow barn actually goes. I'm trying to figure out if I want to do that or not. Because obviously if I put the cow barn here, which, you know, would not be a bad idea, but the cow barn's going to take up some of the grass field, which means less grass to work with. But I'm not in a rush on the cows too much. Because obviously before I get cows, I'm going to need the TMR mixer. And I don't have a way to make hay yet. I'll need a tedder and a windrower. So the cows are a little further off. I think we got the chickens, so that's a plus. I definitely want to get another field for barley, wheat, and sorghum. Although these chickens can be fed corn on this map. Yeah, another field is what we need first before we start getting into cows. You haven't got Louisiana yet. So, Brandon, you're the reason why the community has not reached the goal. Gonna put that on you. Put the cow barn in one of the smaller fields. I mean, that's also another option. Yeah, I think the community on the ATS for cruising Louisiana, I think we still need like another, probably just a little bit under 15 million miles. And time's a ticking. Yeah, also for the farm at some point, the bredal spreader. I'll just use this as a fertilizer spreader, but a bredal spreader. That way you can fill up with a lot of lime. At least we get to use the 710 for this. Look at that. It's almost like it was made to measure here. You have 3,200 hours in Farm Sim? Damn, son. I would say go outside and touch some grass, but maybe go outside and make a snowball once in a while. 3,200. You think the bredal spreader runs out fast at 18,000 liters? This only holds 1,200. So going to a bredal spreader would be a huge, a huge increase for what I need. I mean, I play Farm Sim a lot, but I'm not even in close to 2,000 hours yet. But hey, if you're having fun playing the game, that's all that's all that matters. And the game's only just, what, 15 months? We're like halfway through before I'm assuming FS28 comes out. Do I have a soundboard? I mean, I kind of have a soundboard, but that damn sun is all me. Yeah, so the other side of the farmyard, which, you know, we do got quite a bit of it, You know, I eventually got to put a house down somewhere. I mean, the hobo hut is nice and all compared to the tent. We also got production buildings, like the mail building. Mail production may have to go there because that is a huge building. Actually, I'm not even sure if it'll even fit there. When you hire, you can choose buy, and the lime sprayer only has to be filled once. That is true, but you are paying 20, I think it's 20% more for the material by doing that. How is this not completely done here? I started here. Why is it taking more? I don't mind it's taking more. I'd rather just use all the lime that's in here. Alright, this field is good enough. Yeah, $20,000 worth of silage here for sure. Almost a full bale trailer too. I think that trailer can hold 24 bales. And we made, well, 23. We did unload a 24th, but it's a small bale. But now the yard looks a little bit better with another shed and everything kind of put away. That chicken just ran right out in front of me. How rude. And Ronnie the rooster's in here. Hey buddy, you trying to hide from all the hens? Think I would be. Oh, I was going to fill that up with the fertilizer that's there. Well, we'll be using it sometime soon. Hey, their health is up to 10%, which means we may actually have... Well, it's not even there yet, but we will start showing some eggs. Yeah, so... Again, one thing... we have looked at it, but not recently. So, wait, where am I going here? Factories, scroll on down to the bottom. Where is the mayonnaise? Yeah, I mean, the mayonnaise production building could go up here. That would take up a lot of the space. I see the drop-off, or the pickup point. Where's the drop-off point? It's a good question. Yeah, but that can go up here. Or at least somewhere along here. And that's going to cost us $100,000, I think? Yeah, $100,000. Then I need the oil mill. Now, I could put down... This is the one I used on Kingley. This production building here is a little bit OP. But it would do sugar and oil together. Now, oil, of course, we need for the mayonnaise production. Sugar, I would need for if we do wine down the road. So it's either put this down for $50,000 at some point, or buy the oil mill that's on the map, which is like $300,000. Didn't think there was there's an FS11, there's an FS09, and I think FS08. Although I think back then it was just called Farming Simulator, but the original Farming Simulator came out in '08, and then there was a '09, then an 11, 13, 15, 17, 19, 22, 25. That's where we currently are at. Well, we got ourselves our chickens today, which is good. We got ourselves a grass field and another shed. The yard is coming together. The farm overall is coming together. But I think that's going to wrap it up for today. Yeah, I think I'm feeling good enough. I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, the last couple of days I haven't been feeling the best. But I think I feel good enough where I'm going to make an episode of Sky Harvest for tomorrow. And I will reduce the music on that for you guys. A couple people said the music is a little bit too much. But should be back streaming tomorrow unless I wake up feeling like total crap. Hopefully not. And as of right now, I think we'll be back right here on Pichonniere Valley. And we'll see how far we get tomorrow. As for what I'm actually going to purchase next, well, I only got $344. So we're going to have to do some contract work. Obviously, because the only thing of making our money on our own farm is the silage bales. But we will make some money in June because we got those 24 bales to sell. And we'll see how far we get. But yeah, I don't think we're going to have enough money to be able to buy one of the other wheat fields that we were looking at. More wheat would be good so we can feed more chickens. More chickens will get some more eggs because we have none right now. And we'll also look at a trailer to transport the eggs to the sell point. And also we're going to need maybe to buy the quickie for the John Deere. Unless the telehandler stays in sale long enough and we get there. But maybe the cheaper side of it, going with the front loader at first. But we'll see. We'll see where it takes us. See where it takes us. But yeah, that's where we're going to wrap it up for today. Appreciate everyone being here. Watch me slowly progress. But man, I think we took a big step today. I like how the yard's starting to slowly come together. And starting to visualize it more. As I get more stuff placed down, I can visualize it more of what we're going to be doing here. But yeah, I should be back tomorrow streaming, like I said, unless if I wake up and feel like total crap. But yeah, I should be here tomorrow. And we'll continue on right from here. But I'm going to jump out of here. Appreciate everyone being here. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday. Have a good Friday. And hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow. But until then, have a good one.